All right, so welcome to this animation walkthrough. Today we're going to be taking a Hulk animation, this Hulk jumping animation, basically from start to finish. We're going to start by blocking in the animation utilizing this cube method approach. That is really one of my favorite ways to actually begin and start an animation because it's really freeing and allows you to really focus on really the timing, the spacing, and the flow of your shot without really worrying about the extra details and that kind of thing. So you can really focus in on really the timing first and then kind of slowly layer on more and more detail. So in this tutorial, we're going to be utilizing this Hulk Maya rig. It's a really powerful, fun rig to use. It's completely free, and I'll make sure to link it in the description below. So with that, let's go ahead and jump into this walkthrough. All right, so we got the scene kind of already set up inside of Maya. We've got our Hulk character in this pose here. And even though I'm going to be blocking this in with a cube, I always like to start in a pose. It's always good to have a pose that you can work with rather than just starting with the character in a T pose. So we've got our character in this kind of Hulk pose here. And let's go ahead and just begin animating this. All right, so let's come in here, and it looks like I have snapping turned on. So make sure that this is turned off. That's weird. Not sure how that got turned on. All right, let's go ahead and start getting this kind of blocked in. Again, the goal here is really to work as quickly as I can. And again, I'm kind of just starting to place this for this jump. Obviously, he's the Hulk, so he's going to be able to jump quite a bit higher than a normal human could. So I'm going to kind of exaggerate the height here. Obviously, we're going to need to adjust some timing and that kind of stuff. But again, for right now, I'm kind of just trying to figure out the rough movement, the rough posing, and kind of basically the placement of this jump. Obviously, he hits like this big plateau up here. So I'm going to kind of finesse that a bit. He's going to start dropping. And here, as he drops, he's going to be landing feet first. So I'm going to kind of drag him back like that. All right, timing is going to be way off here. That's fine. That's kind of like why we do this cube pass, is to quickly get something in there that we can begin working with. So I'm just going to be shifting my timing around pretty quickly through here. He has like a really quick anticipation. And let me actually turn on my motion trail with Animate, and I'm going to kind of start really finessing the arc through a lot of this. And I think I want him to travel a bit more forward through this. So I'm going to push some of these poses a little bit further. Again, you can essentially see we're basically creating a ball bounce animation here. Turn off the motion trail so I can get closer to real-time playback here. Add a frame in there. Whoa. This timing is really messed up. Let me add a couple frames in here, and I'm just hitting this tool on my shelf there to add a frame. All right, so he's going to land here, and basically what I want him to do when he lands, he's going to land and do kind of like a hop after that landing. He's going to be kind of landing with so much force. He's going to be doing basically like a smaller kind of bounce, almost like settle landing. maybe another small one to kind of just stop the momentum. And that's too slow, but we're kind of getting something. And he's going a little bit to the side, but I actually don't mind that he kind of changes direction there. One thing I definitely want to tweak, and I think this will probably be easier to do in the graph editor. Let me open that up. Go to translate Y, start tweaking the actual basically up and down curve for this. I'm going to break the tangent handle, make sure I get a really nice pop in spacing as he lands here. Maybe shift this keyframe out. Again, kind of creating the curve that you would want to see for an actual bouncing ball. And again, I don't like this trajectory quite that much. So I'm going to go ahead, open up the graph editor again, go to translate Z. I'm going to kind of shift everything this way just a little bit, just to create something a bit more like that. I need to adjust the timing here. And actually what I want to do for this is I basically want to add a bit of interest to the landing through some of this. So like maybe he lands a little bit crooked here. Kind of does a little bit of like a twist like that. Maybe here. And kind of twist back this way a little bit. Let's see, I kind of want to make a better settle through this. So I think maybe here, he might still be going behind, kind of rotating backwards, comes forward, maybe continues a bit of forward momentum through this, and then settles to a stop. And then something else I really want to fix is, so basically when he lands, I think I need to cut some time out of this. I think that might feel better. I don't want it to feel like he's landing and actually like stopping and then jumping again. I want it to feel like this bounce that's happening after is just caused by just the sheer like height he's getting, and like he's kind of having to do these extra little bounces to kind of stop his momentum. So that's kind of what I'm trying to get in through this. Might need to add a frame here. All right, so with that, let's go ahead and select the main cog control for our Hulk character. You can see I've got everything in world space except for the feet. Feet are still IK. I'm not going to worry about trying to get them to follow the body. Let's go ahead and just select the cube, select the cog control, go to parent, make sure we have everything set properly, apply. You can see our feet are staying in place. That's fine. I don't even care. I'm going to work on those right now. But honestly, that's not too bad. This drop is like way too fast. Looking at on the actual character. Like, let me add 2 frames to that and see how that looks. I think that looks better already. Something like that. Cool. And let's see. I think I want to bend him down a little bit. Maybe not go so far forward, but literally just bend down as if he's like squashing down like you would, again, for like a ball bounce. And I think I might want to bend him down even more. Even though he's the Hulk, he probably needs to do a bigger anticipation to lift off as high as he's lifting off there. So maybe I'll just push him down even more, really exaggerate this. Cool. All right, got that. Let's go ahead and I'm not even gonna worry about baking it off the cog control yet. What I wanna do is start getting the feet animated. So I'll just keep them in place. Through here, obviously they're gonna need to pick up. Sadly, this rig is a pretty sluggish rig. Let me turn off my lights, see if that helps at all. It actually did help a little bit as far as just straight up translating. It's kind of slow. All right. Position the feet about like this, kind of really have them dragging behind. This would probably be easier in FK, but this is fine. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. Cool. So then here, let's bring the feet up. Might still have them dragging behind a bit. And actually what I'm going to do, even though this is still, the cog is still constrained to the body, I'm going to put this cube on a layer and just hide it for now so I can see this a little bit better. And again, since these feet are in IK, it's going to cause us to have to kind of do a bit more finessing, kind of frame by frame for some of this. Cool. All right. Maybe I'll start bringing the legs up toward his body now. I want to make sure I get a nice extension on the legs for a long time, but eventually I want to start bringing them up toward the body. All right. Maybe they're still dragging behind a little bit longer. be something like that. Bring this foot down. Go ahead and zero out the rotate X on this, bring it to the floor. Same for this one. I'll kind of see more about like where I would actually want to place the feet when he lands right here. I think I probably want to get him out in front just a bit. Let's try that. You can see this leg pass is really rough, but that's fine. And honestly, what I may end up doing is like changing the legs to FK through the jump, but we'll see about that. I might just bear through it and kind of just work frame by frame through a lot of the jump. So let me see. Not exactly sure if I want the feet to be like this. As far as the left leg being in front, I may tweak that, but let me see. I'm not going to worry about building that toe roll in there yet. Just animate the foot control for this. Kind of now at the point where I'm just animating this foot right now. Lands. Might start him kind of reaching forward with that foot earlier by a frame. Let's try that. Let's just zero out the rotate X value right there. Make sure it's on the ground. Zero out the rotate Z as well. And then like this, start to pick it up. Maybe keep it planted for a couple frames longer. I feel like it might already be on the ground here. Like the step should probably be pretty quick, I think. Maybe bring it out a little bit more. Something like that. Kind of like hobbling on one leg, but we'll go ahead and get this other leg starting to get some poses in there. So this will kind of be the foot that's pushing off. Looking at this, I think I want to bring this leg out bit more. I know I want to get the hips more rotated like that, but I'll wait on that until I do a hip pass. Maybe this foot actually swings out like this. I don't know if I like that. I don't think I do. I don't know. Maybe it'll work. He's got like a hop and then like more like a step, which is kind of what I want to show the settle. It's like he's landing, has a hop, and then more of like a bit more closer to like a step at the end. So maybe that'll work if... I think one thing that's making it feel weird is I need to eventually adjust the forward momentum here. Feels like it's hanging out behind the legs too long. But for now, let's go ahead and like through this foot might swing forward. And then plant in front of him. So let's zero out some of these values here. Do something like this. I think this needs to be more like that, basically getting into something similar to our start pose, something that feels a little bit more wide stance. Then like this, he might need to pick up a little bit earlier. So here I want him to actually plant where he's planted at frame 72. Basically he's stepping out a bit more. Something a bit more like that. Cool. It's looking kind of all right. Cool. Let's see here. I think what I want to do now is turn on my cube and see what I can do here. Let's see. Maybe let me keep him lower through some of this. Undo that. Don't like that, but I do kind of like how he's basically just crouching a bit more right here. You see what happens if I do a bit more of a, let's see. Kind of just a bounce kind of settle, still not a huge fan of that. You see, actually what I might do, see, might twist him a bit more right here. trying to play around with like doing a shake. Obviously that's not working. Let me see here. I think this one thing I need to get this lower. This might need to get a little bit lower too. Could be something simple as that. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to select all, which selects all of the control curves. Then I'm going to shift select my cube. And I'm going to add some time into this transition through here. Add a frame here. And I'm just, again, using this shelf button. And I do have a video kind of showing all of the scripts and plugins I use that you can download as well. Actually, you know what I might try here? Let me see. Trying this roar, but I don't know if I like it. I don't think that's... Let's see. I mean, that might be okay. I think one thing I'm feeling now is that if I'm doing that, what needs to happen, I think he needs to get into this. Let me see, much faster. All right, so I think he needs to hold this pose up here a bit longer. Probably even longer than that. Let me add some time to that. All right, let's see. I think maybe here, if he's doing this, he might actually take a step back. Try this. Go land here. And settle forward a little bit. That's a little bit too far there. See, I think I want to do a bit more of rotation like this. Something like that, so he shakes here as he's coming forward. Maybe add a bit of time to that. There's like another slight rotation that way. I know this doesn't seem like much yet, and I'm not sure if it's if it's going to turn out looking at all decent, but we'll see. Actually here, rotate a bit more like this. Maybe bend him even lower. Delay that rotation back just a little bit. I actually just deleted that keyframe right there because I felt like it was complicating this transition a bit too much. Let me see. Like this definitely needs to pick up like way earlier. So here, maybe the foot starts to pick up a little bit. This might seem a little bit weird, but what if he does almost like a stomp with his foot when he brings the body back down. Brings his foot little bit further behind him. Something like that. Obviously need to like finesse this spacing in here when he actually picks up his foot. Obviously his weight shift is going to need to be like over this leg as he's picking it up, and then stomps down like that, and maybe that'll work. Something like that. That could be cool. Obviously that weight shift happens too late, so let me start shifting his hips over here. And then stomps down. Something like that. Basically just kind of end this animation, figuring out a way to kind of end it off into kind of like an interesting pose at the end. Has like, eventually he'll be doing a bit more of just like a yell / roar kind of rage moment there. Let's see here, looking at the feet. Let's see. I feel like his left foot might be okay. It felt a little bit delayed, but this rotation right here feels way too fast. There's something right in here that I'm feeling this like pop. Let me actually just open up my graph editor and take a look at the rotate X on that. And this should be what's causing it. So I'll kind of ease back on that a bit. Yeah, like a frame to that. Something like that. All right. What I might end up doing now that we're kind of at this place, I might bake the cube animation onto the controller. But we'll see. There's something. Just a bit too fast. Select everything, select my cube. All right, what I'm going to do, let's see. I'm going to press S to lock a keyframe down on frame 80 and 76. I'm going to shift this over. I'm going to see what happens if I just add some time just by stretching out these keys in my timeline. I think that feels a little bit better with the speed, but something still feels a little bit slow, and it might be this. So I'm going to add a frame to that. And then I can shift these keys back. Closer to kind of what the timing was before. That feels a little bit better timing wise. It just felt like a little too fast. He felt a little bit too light in that moment. And then maybe I'll add a frame to this foot transition, pick it up a little bit higher. All right. And then what I'm also feeling is, again, just like too much or not enough time in this. Like if we look at this jump, especially if we're going to look at it from kind of below, which I feel like camera angle wise, that's probably where we'd end up be like setting up a camera for this. But like this just like hits a wall, feels like just in this, like right in here, it just feels like this spacing just feels a little bit too fast. Let me add a frame in here and see how that looks. Let me do it between these keyframes here. Let me add a frame here. Is it this transition? What if I add a frame right in there? I think that might work better. Obviously it messes up our feet, but that's completely fine. All right, so it's kind of working there. And then this transition might need to, let's see. Cut a few frames from this. He lands here. This whole section just feels like it's taking too long before he pops up here. So what happens if I delete all this? Just get him doing this whole stuff earlier. You cut a frame out of this. Might feel better. I think timing wise that already does feel a little bit better. All right, let's jump in here and hide my cube. And I think what I'm going to do is do a switch. I think I'm just going to go ahead and animate the jump with FK legs. Go ahead and on my selection set, I'm going to press the plus icon and I'm going to type in R leg for right leg. At least for my FK controls there. Same here. L leg. All right. Press S to lock a keyframe down on frame 11, and then I actually need to jump in here and actually make sure I key this. So it's going to be on frame 11. I want it off, so feet are still in IK. Right now they're kind of blending, and that blend might work over 2 frames. Like it's going to be happening so fast. This is kind of like a great time to get away with doing IK FK switches when you've got like giant jumps in spacing like that. Now this fall feels slow. I think that's the battle of spacing and timing, is just like you change it and then you feel like you may have added like 1 extra frame too many, but we'll worry about that in a second. Let's go ahead and posing the feet in IK through this. This foot is forward, so maybe it's going to want to be obviously favoring that push-off pose right here. So this foot's going to be down. This foot was further back, so this pose might kind of work right here. Kind of goes through the floor right there, but that's fine. And for this one, we might actually be able to just, for this transition here, you see, lock a keyframe at frame 10. And then I want to keep this foot locked on the ground. And then it kind of pops over for the left leg over one frame. Something like that. Cool. All right. Let's start adding a couple poses in here. Really want it to kind of be stretching back, basically favoring the push-off pose, kind of as long as we can. Something like that. Actually, what I'm going to start doing in here is I need to start kind of animating the hips, because the hips are going to be really guiding this, because obviously since they're in FK, they're going to help pose it out. So what I want to do for this is I'm going to shift select leg controls. I'm going to start locking a keyframe on the hips, the same place there were keyframes for the legs right there. And then on frame 15, bring the hips, rotate them back a little bit. Obviously, we'll eventually need to like actually rotate the chest too through this. Like this. Maybe start bringing the legs down now. All right, grab both my leg controls, shift select my hip control, scroll forward here. Legs are gonna start to, I think, start to kind of bend here. Might still be dragging behind the body a bit. Kind of want to figure out basically when they're going to start to come forward in front of him more, and I think it's probably going to be around here. So let's start to think about this. And I'm going to need to work on the IK-FK switch on the actual landing too. Maybe this foot. Let me see. I think we're gonna need a pose like right in here. Let me add a keyframe, and I feel like I want to get like a really tucked kind of leg pose as they're starting to swing forward. So like really rotating the knees back into something. Maybe that's too much. the legs are kind of compressing as they're swinging forward. And then here, they really need to start coming forward a bit. Before I do anything else, I kind of want to figure out now basically the switch, IKFK switch for the landing. So I think like right here, it'll need to be in IK, so I'm going to key that at frame 39. So at 40 is when they'll be in IK. And that'll also help me kind of figure out the pose that I need to create right in here. This foot is going to be kind of reaching like that. And I do think, let me see, that might work actually. This one's going to have to come forward. So what I think I want to do is keep them tucked for longer. So like here, maybe they'll be tucked even more. Don't think I like this pose at the top of the arc. I just need something that feels cool. Right now, it like does not feel cool at all. I think his legs are like now just like hanging out behind his body for too long. The hip up more here. Do something maybe more like this for toward the kind of like apex of the jump. Save the pose for the leg. That hip rotated. Yeah, it could be something where he's like coming down a bit more like this, a bit more kind of like intentionality to the jump, and that will come a lot from the pose. I think I'm already liking this a bit more, rather than just like having his legs be kind of like secondary. want to get something that just feels better. His feet are definitely going to start to kind of like straighten out here. They might hold for a bit more in this. Eventually kind of reaching almost for the ground there. Already, I think that feels better. Obviously, it's still really rough, and we're going to need to be really kind of tweaking that leg pose to get this to feel right. But I think what I want to do now is let's do a quick, basically chest pass for this. So I'm gonna kind of run through this pretty quickly. So I think on this landing, I kind of want to save a pose like on the landing at least, kind of like at least the pose it's in right here. It'll probably be tweaked, but I'll just save that pose there and then kind of just start tweaking this. So maybe might be really far down like that, and then maybe his head, neck might be doing something like this. Obviously that feels kind of broken, but we might be able to get away with something like that. So I'll keep that in there. This rotation really far down, and then he'll be really kind of springing up, getting like a nice stretch. And I might need to lead with the chest almost, so it bends down, and then you can see I want the chest to feel like it's almost kind of like leading that first lift off, something like that. This will also, once I just get the chest in here and kind of start figuring out what I want to do for this through more of it, it'll help me kind of see what I should be doing at the top of the apex of this jump. Again, just getting something a bit more like that. It's like too scrunched up there, so maybe something, dial back that rotation. And let's see. Maybe he's still got his chest rotated back. No. Might be okay. I think maybe he starts getting his chest rotated. Basically kind of just straightening out right here. Might be able to exaggerate this rotation. One thing that I don't want it to feel like, and obviously once I get the head positioned and animated through some of this, it'll help, but I definitely don't want the chest to just be straight up like overlapping and dragging behind the body, because I want to make sure that it feels like he's jumping with intentionality. He knows where he wants to land. Like if I drag that chest and just do some like just general like overlap, it's gonna feel like he's like kind of just along for the ride, and I wanted to make sure that it still feels like he's you know, powerful, and he knows what he's doing through this. So we definitely want to make sure that we're kind of keeping the head kind of like looking at more or less where he wants to land and where he's going. So we'll just have to find that kind of like balance of too much overlap and kind of not enough, as long as we can still keep that intentionality through this. Here, maybe the chest kind of rotates that way a little bit. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need to fix this. Let me actually try to adjust that real quick. Is that he needs his weight more over his feet in this moment by a little bit. So let me grab the translate Z and let me see what happens if I just shift maybe this keyframe earlier, just to feel like he's got his weight in the right place, basically. All right, let me hide that again. Maybe the chest drags behind a little bit. Add a bit extra frames in this rotation downward. Then we'll bring it up. Let's see. I'm kind of just actually just playing around with some rotation here to see what I like. It's like maybe his chest starts rotating this way, right, as he's stepping backward. He's bringing his chest up, a bit more like twist in his body, and then starts to go this way. Not sure if that's gonna work. Maybe it goes this way a little bit. Kind of like that, but I don't think it's working. Let me undo kind of everything I just did. Let me make sure. Let me undo back to where I did this change right here. I think it was. All right, let me try this again. So here the body actually rotates like that. Then it kind of comes in like that. And it goes, rotates that way, then it'll rotate this way a little bit. Kind of just building in like a quick kind of settle through a lot of this. I think that feels better. Something a bit like that. Obviously it's kind of like we've just got the settle in the, the chest right now. So it looks a little bit weird. But we're at least starting to kind of figure out this motion. And then what I want to do real quickly, let me turn on this cube. We obviously haven't baked the animation off the cube onto the cog yet. Kind of not worried about that right now. We can just animate the cube as needed, but like this. So body comes back, it'll come forward. And I think we just want to maybe carry it forward a little bit longer. Maybe not have it pop forward quite as fast. Basically, it'll come forward and then start to move backward, kind of like that. We could play this and see how that looks. I think that looks a little bit better. Cool. Still not like crazy about the jump, and I think what I'm feeling now is like it's just hanging out like a frame or two longer. Actually, what I'm feeling is like a weird, like it starts to drop really fast, slows down, then drops again. So we're getting this weird like hitch almost. Let me take a look at the spacing on my cube. And that could be it. This nasty curve, that could be part of the problem. Something like that. Let's try that. Maybe I'll dial back the spacing right there. Definitely feels a little bit better. What I want to do real quick is let's add a bit more like interest to this beginning part. So I think I'm just gonna like twist his body through a lot of this in here. So let's like start to twist him like that, just so he's not like going perfectly straight. Like there's gonna be some like rotation in this. And this will also sell like he's putting more effort into it a bit by just getting like a bit more rotation. And then maybe here he might even be like rotated a bit like that, and then might start kind of straightening out at the top of the arc, something like that. I think already that feels definitely better on the push off there. Press 7 to turn on shadows just so I can kind of ground him a bit more on these hops. It gives me kind of a better idea of what's happening through some of this. Let me hide the cube. Look at it from the side view. And what I'm feeling now is that the legs are just swinging maybe too far in front of them, like a little bit too quickly. So what happens if I ease back on that? Like a frame or two. And obviously it's going to help once we get the arms started to be kind of animated through this. But really, the only thing we've got kind of done up until this point is like the main kind of cog control movement, which is still constrained to the cube. Got like a quick leg pass and a chest pass. And that's basically kind of all we have in here, but we can already kind of get a strong sense of the animation through this and kind of what we want it to be. Just by animating a couple controls, you can get your animation into a pretty good place where you can really start to see it kind of start to take shape. This is the point where you've kind of trusted the process a bit of starting with a cube like this and kind of just hoping it sort of turns out all right, like especially at the point where trying to figure out this kind of like last sort of like roar step back and he kind of like stomps his foot there. That was very much like just playing around with things, like trying to find something that kind of worked. What we had before wasn't really working, so just throwing in quick ideas basically with the cube of just moving it around, adding a bit of like shake to it to start to kind of bring a bit more life into that section really quickly by just experimenting with multiple different ideas in just like a minute or two until you kind of land on something that works a bit better. So with that, let's actually go ahead and start working on a quick arm pass so we can get those animated as well. Let's go ahead and start by setting these arms to world space. I basically don't want them to follow kind of one-to-one with the chest anymore now that I'm actually going to be going in here and animating them. So what we can do is let's actually go ahead and shift select the shoulder FK controls. You can see they're actually called shoulder, and then these ones are the scapula controls. But what I want to go through and do now is I'm going to select my cube, and I'm basically just going to lock a keyframe on the arms at basically the same position that there's keyframes on the cube. So now we have keyframes in basically all the same spots there for the arms. And then now what I can do is select these arms again. I'm going to go to my world bake tool, bake selection of locators. And I can go ahead and turn on locators so we can kind of actually see where those are at. All right, and then I'm going to select both my arm controls. I'm going to come down here to the global attribute. I'm going to right click it, choose break connections. I'm going to set this to 10, which set these to world space. And then I'm going to select my locators again, choose bake from locators. And that will apply that same animation to the arms. So the arms are going to be doing exactly what they were doing, but they're now just in world space. So if I come in here and I were to actually start animating this chest, you can see the arms are going to be in world space for that, which is exactly what we want. All right, so go ahead and close the world bake. And now what I think I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and just bake off the cog control animation, bake it off from the cube, and then we'll actually start animating the actual cog control now. So to do this, let's go ahead and select our sort of cog or root control here. I'm going to go up here to Edit, Keys, Bake Simulation. I'm going to do a Smart Bake. I'll just hit Apply. All right, and then we can go and open up our outliner. Open up this root. I'm going to delete that parent constraint, which is this is the parent constraint set up for the cube. I'll delete that out. And now you should see that we've got our root moving, but we've actually placed that animation onto the root. So if I were to hide this, and then now we can actually start animating the root, and you can see that constraint is turned off there. All right, so with that, let's now go ahead and start working on an arm pass. So to do this, I'm going to select all of my arm controls here. And I'm going to open up my selection sets in Animbot. Type in R arm for right arm. Do the same over here. And this just allows me to have a selection set to quickly select basically all the controls I need for the actual arm itself, to quickly go in there. Because typically when I'm animating the arms, I do like to key everything, especially when I'm setting up my main poses. It's just a good idea to go in there and have everything keyed for the entire arm control. That way you don't accidentally get any kind of offsets that you aren't intentionally wanting to create. So for this, let's see. Let me actually try. I'm not exactly sure what I want to do here. I'm actually going to select my right arm and drop a couple keyframes in here as well for the scapula control, just to make sure we've got some keyframes in there. All right. Maybe I'll delay the rotation on the elbow just a bit. Not exactly sure if this is going to work, but we'll kind of see how it feels. And doing this arm pass, I'm kind of just going to sort of feel out the animation, figure out what actually works for this. So like here, maybe he's using his arms a bit to help him push off the ground. So maybe here his arm is actually like coming up. I'm not sure if this is going to work. I may basically delay the arm coming up a little bit. Something like that might work. Let's jump forward a couple frames. Let's go to frame 21. And for this, maybe I will bring the arm up even higher. Bring that elbow up. Yeah, I'm not sure if I like this. Maybe I'll do more of a straight arm right here. Let's try that out. Let's see. Maybe I'll just bring this arm back a bit through this. Let's see. Then here, I'm actually going to copy that pose of the arm from frame 29, paste it onto 20 or 37, and then kind of play around with what's happening here a bit. Maybe it's starting to come forward. I'm not sure if I like this yet, but let me see. Maybe it's better if it's more like that. Here, maybe I'll paste that pose and then tweak it. Maybe something like this. Maybe drag the elbow a bit. And then it's going to come back down. So I'll press S to lock a keyframe on 46, delete the keyframe on 42. Maybe I'll get something that kind of feels decent. I'm not liking what I'm doing in the air. What I think is happening is there's just too much going on here, where like I feel like it might be just reaching, getting into this pose, and then quickly going back behind him. So it's basically just doing too much. Let me see how it feels if maybe here it should be like, I'm not sure if this is gonna work. What I might do is favor the down pose for longer and see how this feels. This might actually feel a bit better. The wrist comes out here. Try something a bit more like that, and then maybe the arm will kind of come up. And then maybe rather than going straight to this pose, let me just add like an in-between in here and see how it feels if the arm is almost swinging forward through some of this. Bring the scapula forward. And then here, maybe just delay when it's raising up there. I think that feels a bit better. might even be, let's see. Delete this keyframe. Might be raising up like a little bit too high right here. Let me dial that back just a tiny bit. Maybe drag the hand. Then maybe keep the arm like this in this pose here. That feels a bit better. Adds a bit of interest to the arm. And then what I can do for this is, like, since the arm is swinging forward in front of his body, I feel like this torso will kind of start to rotate a bit like that as the arm is coming in. And then I'm going to press S to lock a keyframe on frame 24 on the chest, and I'll delete the keyframe on 19. So have the chest kind of rotating in with the arm just a tiny bit. Maybe even bend the chest a little bit right there. Cool. And now I'm looking at this and, like, the timing and spacing might be okay in the drop. I think tweaking that curve in the translate Y of the up and down has helped a little bit. But, like, through this now, we need to kind of finesse this section. So maybe it's like right here. Maybe the elbow is still rotated a bit like that. Then maybe the arm swings back. You want to get this scapula really kind of push back like that. Actually try this. So if the arm is coming down here, I think I just want it to swing in closer to the body. Kind of follow the arc of that wrist through that section. Something like that might work. Cool. And now what I want to try maybe on this section is maybe just bringing that arm up a little bit higher, like he's trying to really bring the arms down and getting like a big stretch in here. So I think just exaggerating like this arm coming up and then whipping down through this, probably get it closer to the body a little bit earlier. Something like that might work. All right. I think here we can probably bring the wrist out just a little bit. Open up the hand. here, maybe this arm is swinging a bit more kind of in front of his body. Get a bit more bend in the elbow. I think the wrist might drag a little bit longer through that though. Delete these keyframes right in here. I think this coming forward might be a little bit too fast. Let me see. Let me try dragging that elbow. So it's coming forward, definitely whipping behind him way too fast. Like, I think what I want to try is carrying this forward, this arm rotation. Then maybe it starts to drop back. And I don't think I like that. Maybe I feel like I just need to exaggerate this drop right here. Just be a little bit more drag. Let me try this. Delete these keyframes in here. Now this is taking too long, I think. Then maybe it's just coming too far forward now. So I'll dial back this pose here. Like maybe what I should be doing is it's rotating, it's starting to rotate back. The shoulder's starting to rotate back, but we're getting a continuous rotation in the elbow. So it's kind of like maybe the arm is starting to pull back, but we're getting a bit of drag in the elbow through some of this. Maybe the arm rotates back pretty quickly right through here. Delete that pose. Might be able to exaggerate the rotation on this. not sure if I'm liking this arm, but what I'm going to focus on right now is figuring out what I want to do with the arm through this section. And then maybe that will kind of help me figure out a bit of what it should do before this action as well. So like through this, you set a keyframe here. Maybe the arm swings forward a bit more in front of him. Let me see, maybe it should be kind of looking at the chest rotation that I have in there. So maybe this should be rotated back a bit. Then it kind of swings forward through this. Maybe you start to bring that shoulder up. Maybe through here, it's still rotating up, but starting to pull back this arm here. Bring that scapula back as well. See, so whips back. Might bring the hand palm open a bit more through this. Might just save that pose right here for the rest of the animation. And then what I might do is kind of just figure out what I want to do for this. So maybe here, rotates forward a bit. that looks okay through this. Maybe the arm whips back like that, then kind of comes forward over a couple frames, then settles back. Doesn't feel too bad. I think what I want to do now is just simplify a lot of this. Delete all this extra stuff in there. It's not too bad. I think this could be delayed just a bit. All right. I think I'll just keep this kind of where it's at right now. And then probably come back to it after I animate more of the left arm. What if I just tweak this pose right here a little bit? Yeah, I don't think I like that. Let me undo that. Do a couple changes right here. All right. Let's go ahead and just start working on the left arm through some of this stuff. So again, I'm going to lock a couple keyframes down for that scapula there. And then for this, let's kind of do this similar to what we did for the right arm, kind of bring it up. Maybe bring that elbow in a bit. Drag the arm behind. Might have this arm kind of behind. Me coming up like that. Delete that keyframe there. Try something like this. Let's see. Yeah, maybe it comes forward a bit more through some of this. Bit like that. Let's see if I like this. I kind of just have it swinging pretty far forward through this. That might work. Maybe do a bit more on the wrist here. And then like this, I feel like I might get like a tiny bit more drag right here. And maybe even more right. Let me see. Right in here, I think I kind of just want to lift this up a tiny bit more. All right. Remove a couple poses in here. Maybe this drags quite a bit. Here, maybe the arm is dragging behind. And swings forward here. Then maybe this arm like really comes in close to the chest. It starts to maybe pick up here. All right. Something I'm feeling in here, which I kind of noticed earlier, but I kind of wanted to wait and see how it was feeling with some more stuff kind of layered in there. But like this whole section is just way too long. There's too much going on. He should really land and basically immediately get into this final, just like, right? Basically you should land and then be like in this step back. So like this whole section from like 70-ish to 100 should be cut out, and you should basically be going from like this, going straight into like a step up and then going down without this sort of like hold, this whole slow section. So let me try something real quick. Let me maybe add a keyframe on 75. Go to frame 100, delete everything in here, and then shift everything back and see how it feels if I just transition from this to that. Obviously I'll need to fix kind of like this blend a little bit. Let me see. Like what happens if I delete all this? I don't think that quite works. Let me add a couple frames to this. Don't think I want the chest to be rotated up that high. Let's see. I'm gonna try something maybe even crazier, and I don't know if this is gonna work. But like, what if I just went from like this to this? And then maybe did Bit more weight landed here. And then the hips could be picking up. And then dropping here. A bit more. And then like, don't know if I like this. I might end up just undoing this in a second. I actually don't mind this. This might work if I see. I think one thing that I want to make sure I do is like this down needs to be, I think, exaggerated quite a bit. This held moment, I feel like it should be stepping up and then dropping like that maybe. Then like I feel like we could get a bit more rotation like this. Whip this out like that on the torso there, and then it'll something like this. Then what I might do, let me see. Let me undo that a couple times. Let me figure out exactly what I want to do for this section, this step. It's like here, he's still should have his weight more over that supported foot. Should probably be more like that. I think I might like this more just because it cut out a ton of time in our animation, makes it a little bit shorter of an animation. And it has more of the attitude I want in this, in that it's not like landing, stopping, doing this whole section, and then going into like a roar kind of moment at the end. It's kind of just lands and immediately kind of maintains the sort of like anger you want him to kind of have through this. And then what I might do, let me actually grab, so what I'm going to do is grab this main control, which moves the entire character. And actually, let me see what is going on. It should move the feet. Is it moving the feet? All right, looks like it just bugged out for a second there. Wasn't moving the feet. Okay, cool. So let's see. I'm gonna delete the keyframe here. I'm gonna add a keyframe around 63. And basically, I just want to see if I can bring him a little bit more forward through this. So I'm gonna kind of just move his entire body forward. Maybe continues that momentum a little bit. That might be too quick, so let me delete that keyframe. And he might just be going a little bit too far forward, so let me dial that back. Let me actually go to a value of like 30 on that, and then maybe like 35 on frame 76. Actually, maybe 40. Let's try that. I think that works a little bit better. And then I think on this, what I want to do is bring, let's see. Let me see what happens if I keep this kind of pinned where it was a bit longer. I think what I'm feeling is I want to pick this foot up higher and basically do like a bigger step, I feel like. And maybe exaggerate the stomp down. And then here on the stomp down, you add a keyframe here, and maybe bring the hips down a little bit faster. Maybe really rotate them down there. Something like that. That feels a little bit better. Basically kind of just exaggerating some of these bounces, these steps through this. And then like here, I might actually bring his hips lower. Might need to add like a bit of time to that. And then, let me see. I feel like maybe he should get to this a little bit earlier. No, let me undo that. Cool. I think that might work. See. Maybe I'll delete that stomp for now. I think this is definitely happening too fast overall, but we can kind of work on the timing a little bit later. I think this up. Let me open up my graph and see kind of what this translate Y curve looks like right here. I think that's what I'm feeling. Let me bring this keyframe down, bring this one up a little bit. Get something that looks a bit more like that. I think we'll definitely need more time in that, but that helps a little bit. Then like this, can play around with up and down on the hips here. Take a look at the translate or rotate Y. So it's rotating that way, back this way. Just adding like a bit of a settle to this. Maybe reduce the rotation on that final pose. Something like that. Still pretty rough, but we're starting to get something. And I think I do like this more. It's just immediately into the action as far as like ending the animation in this sort of like quick roar. And that's something that's important when you're animating, is not being afraid to, if like you don't like something and you know you want to change it, it's better to just delete it. Delete large chunks of your animation and kind of rebuild it and kind of mold it into kind of closer to what you want, rather than like trying to force what you have kind of to what you want. It's better to just kind of delete it, get rid of it, kind of start fresh until you get what you like. So deleting that entire chunk of animation through all of this, I think, for one, reduced the amount of animation time that we have here, the overall total animation, and then just allowed us to get into something that felt just a little bit stronger coming out of this. Like he's immediately landing and then going into this kind of roar, rather than just like that long kind of pause we had in the middle. Cool. So what I want to do now, we kind of have the left arm sort of animated, not great, but it's kind of starting to work. We obviously haven't even done the left arm for this like roar section. But before we do that, what I want to do is real quickly kind of just bake off this forward motion that we're getting with the master control, and then put that back on the foot controls and the root control and bake it off, just so that we can start tweaking our foot placement and then adjusting the timing a little bit through here. So we'll go ahead and get this off, this forward motion off of that master controller, the main control here. All right, so let's go ahead and I'm going to select my foot controls and the root control there. And really it's only animated from around frame 60 or so. So I'm gonna go ahead and shrink my timeline down to 60. Let's see here. All right, so with that done, let's go ahead and go to World Bake. Bake the root and the two foot controls to locators. Grab my main mover control here, delete these keyframes. You can see there's no forward animation. And then I'm going to open up the outliner, grab my root control, grab the 2 feet controls, and that should be good there. All right, cool. Looks like that works. We have a little bit of just motion moving backward, and that's because it's going to add a keyframe at the end of this as well. So I'm going to delete this keyframe. All right, cool. So now I'm going to come in here and for this step forward, use the tween tool and Animbot to keep this foot locked in place a bit longer through this. And then like here, go to frame 68 actually for this. And I'll go to the roll and I'll actually use the foot roll to start to pick up the foot in this section. I might actually start picking it up here as well. And then it's going to come forward. I'm going to add a bit of time to that, just a couple frames. And it might actually pick up as well. I'm going to zero out the foot roll on that. So we get kind of like that quick little step with the left leg too, as he's coming forward. Cool. All right. And then here, let me take a look at this forward motion along the translate Z. So it kind of dies out, which is exactly what I was feeling. Like it hits a wall here if we just look at the forward backward. And if we look at our curve, you can see that's exactly what's happening. And a lot of the times, you've probably noticed that, I mean, I don't use my graph editor all that often, unless I'm getting into really polishy stuff, or I spot things like this where it's like, let me just look at the graph. And typically you can kind of visually see if there's a wall hit, you can probably open up your graph and like see the curve and actually what's happening there and kind of spot exactly where that's happening. So I kind of just want to carry his forward momentum a bit more through this, and then it'll come back. But this backward momentum, I want to carry that a little bit. So I'm going to add a keyframe right in there. Change those to auto tangents. I'm going to bring this down, bring this up. So we get something a bit like that. So it's still traveling backward a little bit through this hole, kind of swinging that arm back. Because he's swinging his arm back and he's rotating his chest, that whole motion is going to help push him backward. So it's going to kind of carry him backward, basically a little bit further than what it was doing. Maybe I'll bring this down. This obviously is happening way too fast now, so I'm going to shift this over. And it might actually be coming forward a little bit too much. I'm going to grab these keyframes and bring it back just a tiny bit. All right, and now this like shake back and forth is too much. This does not need to drift forward like that, so I'm just going to copy the value on that keyframe, paste it here. And I think this forward backward is a little bit too much, and then also I just need to add a bit of time. So I'm going to delete that keyframe and then shift this over a frame as well. Just something like that. And I think this probably dies too fast again. So it comes forward, backward, and it might come forward again. So I'm gonna lock a keyframe there. I'm gonna just shift this keyframe down a tiny bit, something like that. And I think I might need to add a bit of time to some of these transitions here. I think this, when I'm feeling this forward motion is happening too quickly, so I'm going to shift all these keyframes over one frame, just something like that. Cool. I think that feels a little bit better. I think here I want this to land back maybe just a little bit. I'm going to paste that there, bring that foot up. Maybe it's something more like this. It starts to pick up here. I think here I definitely need to get some foot roll in here. think it's feeling obviously a little bit broken. So what I'm going to do is frame by frame, let's add a little bit of roll right in here. Something like that might work. Then he's going to step forward. Actually, what I might do here is I might actually bring this leg up, bring that foot back. Maybe just pick his leg up a little bit higher, coming through this transition here. Might be a little bit too high. Might not have enough time for that. Next thing I'm feeling is this bend in the knee. I need to really get that fixed. I don't want it to kind of crunch in toward his body as much. We could rotate that foot out, but that's too far. So let me just grab this pole vector thing for the knee. I'm going to bring it out on this frame here. Do something a bit like that. Cool. I'm going to grab this arm. Rotate it up. Bring it down. Turn on my lights to kind of see the shadow on the floor there. And let's figure out kind of what we want to do with this arm in general. We'll probably do something kind of similar to what the other arm is doing, in that it's might rotate out like a bit more like this. Maybe do something with the hand. Although I'm not quite sure. Let me undo that. So maybe this arm comes out more like this. Could probably get a bit more shoulder in there. So we don't have any keyframes. I'm going to just lock a few keyframes down in here as I start to animate the shoulder. Let me see if I like really kind of bring that arm out. And then maybe, let's see, maybe swing it in. So let's bring it, maybe bring it in a bit here. Though I don't know if this is going to work. It might be too kind of offset from what the other arm is doing. It might feel a little bit weird. see. Maybe this should end more in a pose like this. Maybe keep this arm dragging a bit more. Yeah, I don't think I like this offset that's happening. Maybe something like that would work better. Just like keeping this arm back. This one kind of like comes in front of his face a little bit and then comes back. But this one also, like the way his chest is rotating in here, it makes sense that this arm is kind of like dragging behind and then it kind of just comes in and tucks in toward his body, and then we can try to get a little bit more at least movement in here. Let me delete this keyframe, don't need that. So actually what I might try to do is, let's see. Maybe just push this back. Maybe it comes down, shoulder comes back up, so the shoulder has like a bit of a bounce. Then maybe this. Going down here, and maybe comes up. Probably not that fast, so I'm gonna add a few frames to this. Maybe it comes up and then settles back down. Let's grab this scapula control. I might delete this keyframe and basically start bringing that shoulder down earlier, and then obviously have it pop up a little bit earlier. I think that feels nicer, a little bit nicer. It also makes a little bit more sense mechanics wise that like the shoulder obviously is going to be, if anything's going to be offset, you want to have that shoulder kind of leading that arm motion rather than either being the exact same timing as this arm movement coming down and back up. It'll just give it a nice, just a slightly better feeling to it. Bring the shoulder up a little bit more there. I think it drops down here. I feel like I'll have it come back up just very slightly. Maybe like a little bit more forward. See how that feels. That might be too much. It might just be like wiggling around too much there. So like this drop, I might dial back how far it's actually dropping from these two frames. So it goes up, down. Let me copy this pose. It goes down and then back up. Very slightly. Next thing is this feels weird. This drop is happening too fast, I think. Like this raise up and the drop. So maybe this could be favoring that a bit. Let me see how this feels. I think that might feel a little bit better. Just a little bit more natural in that movement. I'm gonna grab this chest control. Let's see. Maybe I want to bring this down like that. Maybe add a bit of rotation like that on this frame. It'll settle back down. This, I don't know if I like this drop on the arm. So what I think I might do is just, let's see. What happens if I just increase that movement on the arm? Let me actually dial back just how far it drops there. Let me grab my whole arm control here. Delete this. There's something weird feeling about this. Maybe I need to bring the hand up, shoulder up. Gonna bring this hand up. Maybe try something like this, or maybe it rotates like that. Might be too much there. Yeah, it's not gonna work. Delete or undo a few of those changes right there. Bring the shoulder in. And maybe here I'll bring, maybe rotate this chest. in a little bit. This might be breaking it. So I don't know if that's actually going to work. Like, I think that's like too much just rotation happening. A little too much noise. Like, this is kind of working, but it's like missing a little bit of the feeling I'm going after, and it could just be that it's raising up too high right there. I feel like it's hitting a bit of a wall. I want to carry that momentum forward a bit there with this arm. I need to grab this shoulder. Bring it back. See. So this is not really working yet. Let me grab basically the entire arm here and let me try something here. I'm gonna delete this keyframe. I'm gonna shift everything over like 2 or 3 frames. Try rotating this in. I'm not really sold on this yet. This might be something where I completely just undo everything I did, which definitely happens sometimes in animation where you're making a change that you think will be better. And then sometimes you get to the point of finishing it and you're like, actually, I don't know if what I did made it better or worse. Let me try something else here. I'm going to maybe bring the arm in toward the body here. Let me see, maybe I will add a few frames to that. All right, now what I'm gonna try is, let me see. Maybe I just need to hold this moment for a little bit longer there. So you know what? I'm not a big fan of that. All right, so what I did to kind of just spare you guys from watching me undo for about a minute straight, I just went back to where it was before we started making that change, and already it's like, what was I doing? Like what I changed was definitely not making it better. So I think this is working definitely better the way it was. And I think it just comes down to just simplifying and not over animating, which I think is what I was really kind of getting in the trap of right then, was like just like adding movement in there for the sake of movement, or really just like holding this pose through this whole section and then just have it kind of like drop down. I think it just feels stronger as well. I think like this, we could maybe like through this section, the arm could be opened up a bit, then drop down, and I might carry this dropped arm a little bit longer. And kind of coming up. Cool. Something I want to tweak right in here is I want to grab the root control. I'm going to open up a graph and take a look at my rotate X because I'm feeling like this is really sharp, this really quick rotation backward. And I think it's this keyframe right here. So I'm just going to bring this up. About like that. Go ahead and shift the hips over this leg a bit more on the landing here. Then they'll kind of shift over this leg a bit. I think that's feeling a little too fast. Should be translate X here that I need to adjust. Let me just bring this keyframe up a little bit. Something like that. But I think what I want to do now is grab all my controls, and there's a bit of timing adjustments that I want to do in here. Let me try just adding a frame in this transition. I think that's working a bit better by just adding that extra frame. And then like here, maybe let me add one frame in here. Something that I don't know if I like too much, and it could be that the head is just in local space. So anytime I do any animation like that, the head is going to just be following that one-to-one. But like this, like rotation back that he does like really far. Not sure if I'm liking it. Might be too much. Maybe I'll just counter that with the chest control. I don't think I like how fast this arm is. Dropping right here. Something about this feels weird. I think it could be I just want to carry this arm rotating down a little bit longer. Grab the shoulder control, maybe carry this down as well. Something like that. And something else I want to add some time to is, I think this Might be okay. See what happens if I just add a frame right in there. That feels a little bit better. Nice. So I think this is starting to come together, and what we can actually do is reduce our timeline a bit. I'll probably actually have the animation end around like frame 100 or so, like this little bit of like extra subtle we don't really even need to see, so I'll probably just cut it back, something like that. I think what I want to do now on this that I'm noticing I don't actually like is where this foot lands. Like I feel like I could bring it forward just a tiny bit. And then we can tweak the foot roll a little bit. Maybe start to have it kind of come forward. Nice. All right, so we've got kind of the arms working kind of roughly how we want. So I think everything's starting to kind of come together here for this kind of big Hulk jump. So what I want to do now is do kind of a quick head and neck pass for character here. And what I think I'll probably do is I'll probably switch this to world space. Again, you can see that the head is going to be following the body 1-to-1. We can go ahead and switch this to world space. That way we won't have to kind of counter animate and sort of interact and work with sort of two separate rotations that are happening. The rotation that's happening on the chest, that's driving the rotation of the neck and head. And then if we were to come in here and actually start animating the neck and the head, it's going to be kind of working with those two completely different rotations together, which is going to cause you to kind of have to counter animate some things to actually get kind of what you actually want in here. So that's why we can go ahead and switch this head into world space so it's not following the chest. All right, so in order to get the head into world space, the first thing I'm going to do is come in here and set a few keyframes through a lot of this action, because basically what I want to do is make sure that it's still keeping some of the animation that we're getting by just having the head in local space. So we still want to keep some of this in there. We basically just want to keep the animation that's there on the head, but basically switch it so that it will be in world space doing this exact same action. And that will allow us to come in here and actually polish it up as needed. So I'll just do something quick like that, and then we'll probably get rid of some of these keyframes in here as well. All right, so what I'll do now is let's go ahead and select the head control. I'm gonna go up to the World Bake tool, bake selection of locators. Scale that up to see the locator. Now I'm gonna select the head control. I'm gonna go to the global option, right click it to break connections, and I'll set this to a value of 10. Select that locator again, bake from locators, and then that should give us what we want for the head. Awesome. So now the head is in world space, and now we can do a quick head pass through this. So I'm going to shift select the neck and the head. I'm going to open up the selection set here, and I'll just add in neck, head. All right. So for this, I I think what I'm going to do here is do a pose. Rather than him just looking completely straight down, I'm basically just going to bring his neck and his head up. And I'm rotating both of these at the same time. So I'm rotating the neck and the head at the same time to kind of quickly get us into the pose that we want, rather than coming in here and like rotating the neck, then rotating the head. Sometimes it's easier just to do kind of everything all at once. So for this, we can actually probably get away with something broken like this. Like obviously his neck is kind of broken here, but I feel like with the mesh, the type of character this is, being Hulk, like he can actually get away with having his neck like super low and his shoulders like and his back way above his neck. But I think something like that will work. So then this, I actually want this to really be pushing up, kind of leading with the head through this jump. So something like that. So like through this, he's kind of looking up. He knows he's trying to jump up, so he's already kind of like looking in that direction in this pose. So he's got something a bit more like that. And then really kind of leading that neck and the head through this. And then probably through here as well. Probably keep the head up. Might not be back this far, but I'll go ahead and keep it like that for now. And then you can see he's going to be looking kind of where he's landing, but I feel like he's doing that a little bit too quickly. So what I might do is basically just keep his head dragging like a tiny bit longer. And then I think all through here, he's going to be looking where he wants to land. Kind of like what I mentioned earlier. We don't want to have the head just kind of just secondary action, dragging behind the body when he starts to fall. We want to make sure that it still feels like he's doing this jump with a lot of intentionality behind it. So he's going to be kind of trying to focus on where he's landing. Because oftentimes when you're animating like this, you can just think of things just in the sort of principles of animation. Like if he's falling, then his chest is going to kind of drag behind. His neck is going to fall and drag behind if you're thinking about kind of like overlapping action and that kind of sense of it. But you still want to make sure that you're thinking about how this character would actually do this jump and how he still wants to keep his body kind of in control through a lot of it. So he's not going to just like completely ignore where he's landing just to get some like overlap in the head. He's still going to be very much kind of looking where he's landing. And then we might get like some drag in this a bit more after the fact. So let me play this and kind of see how it's looking. Nice. I think that works. But like, yeah, through, I think here we might be able to get away with having like a bit of drag in here. Maybe keep the head kind of tilted this way. Maybe wait to actually rotate over. I might bring it up a little bit higher. Again, I don't want to have the head just dragging behind the body as if it was just kind of along for the ride. Delete some of these keyframes in there. I don't think we need those. But like here, maybe the head is more like this. Till we get into that kind of roar right there. which I think that'll actually work pretty well. So what I want to do now is kind of figure out what I want to do for the head through this section, the head and the neck. And then I'm going to actually start adding in a bit of facial animation, and I'm going to keep it really rough for this. I'm not going to get super detailed into doing things like, you know, detail like finger pass and then getting like all the, you know, the facial animation working in here. I want to basically get like a nice kind of like open mouth kind of roar pose with a bit more anger on his face using a few of the controls that we have, but we'll work on that in just a second. His head might still be a little bit down through this section. So it's kind of looking down. Through here, it might actually be dragging this way a bit. I'm kind of just playing around with this motion to see kind of what I like in here. Let me actually see, maybe it doesn't whip over just yet. Maybe he's still kind of looking forward through this. So he's kind of stepping forward with a bit more kind of aggression and just keeping focus. And then when he gets into the roar, maybe that's when his head does a bit more of this kind of whip down here. Let's try this. And then like this, I think I want to keep the head like really dragging. Let's try something like that. Delete this keyframe. Then like here, he's kind of looking too far that way, I feel like. Maybe I'll rotate the head a bit like this, right, for this pose here. Let me try something. Maybe it's, the head is kind of dragging behind just a bit. So he almost does like this head shake. I think that works better. This quick kind of like head shake right there. And then I still want to kind of tweak the head through this, but before I do that, I'm going to mess around with this sort of roar in here. So I think here his mouth will probably be opening up. Might be able to get some translation in there as well. And it looks like snapping got turned on. I don't know what button I pressed, but I just accidentally turned that on, so I'm going to turn that off again. Maybe get like a bit of drag, play around with kind of the fleshiness of his face through this. And then it'll probably close, because I don't want him to just be like roaring through this whole section. I kind of imagine his mouth kind of closing into a bit more of like a snarl. What happens if I zero out this translation? It's going to look a little bit weird. Let me undo that. Yeah, start kind of dialing back the translation just a bit. See what happens if I zero out and then work manually with rotation on this last pose. I don't think I want to completely remove the translation that we're getting. Let me play around with some of the other facial controls that we have. I think this might give us something a bit better. And actually to test this, let me actually select I think it's this main control. Scroll down to high res, toggle the high res on. I've been working with low res obviously because it's faster in the viewport, but we're getting some messiness in his mouth geometry there. So like this, maybe I'll extend this, just play around with this. And I'm really using these mover controls here to kind of quickly get some facial animation in here. It would definitely be better to probably mess around with these controls to like really get some like fine-tuned movement in there, but I think I'm just going to stick with working with these kind of big mover controls here. I think like maybe he's getting into the complete open mouth shape like a little bit too fast. There's something weird feeling, and I think it also could be I exaggerated the kind of rotation in the jaw too much. See here. I might actually start to bring the mouth closed a little bit earlier. See if I can do anything with the teeth to fix this. Might just be messing with this lower lip control to kind of fix the teeth, because it's like we're seeing like all of his gums there and we don't actually want that. Probably maybe just counter animate this lower lip control a bit. Zero it out here. Then like through this, I might want to get more of like a snarl. These are the eye controls. Let me see if I can tweak this a bit. I'm not exactly sure what's happening here. Is it the translation that's causing the teeth to completely go through the mesh, or can I just not open the mouth and the jaw that far? Could be it. So I can mess around with some of these mouth shapes as well. Can I just move his teeth back? Maybe I can. Let me just grab these like teeth controls and kind of just fake it and kind of just actually shove his teeth a little bit further back in his mouth. His gums are still going to be there, so I'm not sure if that's going to work. But like there's something weird about this, these facial controls where I actually haven't ever touched facial controls on this rig. So I think I'm kind of limiting myself to kind of the potential you could get in this rig. Let me actually grab this and mess around with some of these different values in here. So what I might do is like through this, I'm gonna add a keyframe on all of these actually. And I might amp up the surprise, which might mean I need to dial back the jaw rotation in a second. me see. I kind of, basically what I'm trying to do is give myself somewhere to go, because I've kind of got everything maxed out already, because I had this angry slider already kind of working just as like a base pose for this. What happens if I, honestly, disgust might kind of work as well to kind of get just like a bit more in here. So I might amp up the surprise through some of this. And then through here, as he starts to close his mouth again, surprise goes back to 0. Might be able to get disgust to 0. Maybe actually get like this contempt open to like open his mouth a bit more, something like that. Again, kind of just playing with all of these just shape controls to kind of get like a some quick changes in here. So I feel like I want to dial back the anger through the yell, and then when he actually closes his mouth, then we can get the anger back to 10 to just like really kind of amp that up. So at least we kind of have like some rough movement on here. I think when we get into like the wider shape here, let me grab the, this is actual eye control, unless, so that's only letting me blink it. Squint. I might actually get the squint value going a little bit. Through here, maybe. Let me take a look at this control, lower lid control. I was thinking I could actually like, I kind of wanted to play around with getting like a kind of a wide-eyed shape in here. Maybe something like that. It could just be, let me take a look at these lid movers here. So like maybe here I can just, basically just to see more white of the eye, kind of just pushing them a bit more like that. Something like that. And then they will go back to 0 right here. And then I might be able to just grab the brow mover controls and kind of push. Don't want him to feel sad. So let me grab both of those and just basically just raise his eyebrows like a tiny bit through this. And then they'll close back to default here. And then I think on this, I want to dial back either the amount that the jaw is open. What happens if I just zero that out? It's not really fixing much of it. think I need to get this closing a bit earlier. All right, so that's kind of working. Just some really rough facial animation in there. I think what I want to try now is basically getting a bit of head shake in here. I don't know what this pop is. Let me delete that keyframe. I think maybe I want to bring his head up. I think it's probably going to be too high. No, it's definitely not working. Yeah, let me undo that. Let me try. Just grabbing just the head control. Basically, I'm just going to do like some really quick. Head shake that's almost working. I think I just need to add like a few frames in here to get this to work better. Maybe this flips over here. I think what I want to do let me see. Add a frame to that. Don't know if this is gonna work. No. Maybe. I think his head might be rotating too high in X, so I'm just gonna open up my graph editor. Is it X or is it Z on this? Looks like it's Z. And this, I actually want to rotate it up a bit. Bit too much. Rotate Y on this. That's not working at all. Let me just try this. Delete some of this in here, this mess that I've made. Simplify some of it. So I think that's actually like that motion in the head, I think is working. Maybe this can hit a frame earlier. Maybe his head can dip down a tiny bit more, maybe rise up a little bit higher here. Then start to lower. That works better. Something more like that. I think there's some rotation that I don't want in the neck, like coming over this way. Especially right here. Kind of maybe just want to carry that rotation over. But yeah, I think that's working better. Getting a head shake in there, but it's less jittery basically. And let me take a look at the shoulder because it's breaking a bit here. It's kind of like this arm clashing with the mesh pretty badly. I think I can fix it if I like bring the shoulder really far forward. Just kind of hide it a bit. Let's see if I can. Might just have to kind of deal with that. Nice. All right, so we've got some quick kind of facial animation in there, some quick kind of like head shake for this roar. I'm not sure if I want to keep it with the mouth open. A tiny bit longer. I think that works better. Just kept the mouth kind of open for a couple frames longer. Then what I think we can do on the chest here is get a bit more rotation here. A bit more like that. Something like that, I think works better. Turn on the shadow there. I think something I want to fix real quick too is this path of the foot coming in and then back out feels a little bit weird, so I might just try to make this more of like a straight shot of the leg, taking more of a straight kind of path through this. So I think we're definitely over the 3-hour mark right now at this point, but you can see we've gotten this animation into a pretty decent state in about 3 hours so far. I think we've gone maybe like 3.5 hours so far. So we've taken this pretty far pretty quickly here. And what we could do too is like if we come in here, we have obviously like toe controls. And I don't think I'm going to get into actual like just straight up toe animation for this. But what I might do is get like a little bit of toe animation. Now you can see by default, his feet are kind of off the ground. At least his toes are, the way the feet are kind of modeled. His toes are actually kind of like floating above the ground, so they should be kind of bent by default. Let me see here. You see how it looks if I actually bend the foot a little bit. That might work better on that final pose. So I'll paste that final pose here on this foot. Let me actually get rid of the graph editor. Don't need that right now. But like through this, can kind of counter the toe control. Through some of this, maybe get like a little bit of drag in the toe. Again, I'm not going to get into just, you know, individual toe animation, but I think just this overall kind of toe control can give us the feeling that we need just to get like a bit more like looseness in the feet without going too crazy with animating the individual toes for this stuff. I'll actually bring the toes on the ground there. Probably save that pose through this step up to keep the toes kind of pinned. Probably through this as well. And then kind of counter this toe control. And then maybe the toes kind of rotate out a little bit after the foot comes to a stop there. Something like that. We can kind of do another quick toe pass on this. I keep the toe on the ground there. I just copy that. It was before. Again, kind of just getting a bit more looseness in the toes here. And here the heel is actually kind of landing first. Kind of want the toes actually on the ground for that final pose. Maybe the toes come in, almost kind of splay out there. Something like that. Again, just getting like a bit of rough toe animation. That might be too far, that kind of rotation that's happening. I think it might be happening a little too late, so I'm going to kind of start the rotation a little bit earlier, like that. Again, just really subtle animation in there. Nice. So we've gotten this animation into a pretty solid state pretty quickly, and now I'm actually going to go through the process of utilizing some plugins to kind of quickly allow us to get a bit more kind of fleshiness into this, especially things for like the arms and the chest. I'm going to use Overlapper to basically get a little bit more of a fluid motion in the arms. And these are tools that I use quite often to really help me kind of speed up the process. I have worked in games for so long that I'm kind of in that mindset of using tools that will allow me to achieve what I want to even faster, because working in games, you're always wanting to kind of create your animation quickly so that you can actually start testing it in Engine. So with the animation at this state, it's definitely something you could, test out and see how it feels. But if you wanted to take this a step further, we can quickly use some of these plugins to kind of give ourselves a bit more of a polishy feeling to this animation a little bit faster. And then obviously we can utilize these plugins and these tools to build on even more to our animation. So let's go ahead, and what I want to do is I'm going to come in here and take a look at my arm controls for this. Now I'm going to use this overlapper, and if you haven't checked it out, I have a video on my YouTube channel where I go over all of the different scripts and the plugins that I use and how to download them. I'll go ahead and put the actual link to where you can download this tool in the description below, but we can go ahead and start with the left arm here. So what I'm going to do is select the upper arm control. And you can see we have a couple different options in our overlapper. We have softness and scale. I'm going to go ahead and open up the options as well. And we have hierarchy. This is what we actually want to select. So if we select hierarchy, it's going to go down the actual chain here, and we have an FK arm. So it's going to apply this to the upper arm, the elbow, and the wrist. If we go ahead and select the top of the chain here for these FK controls. Now we have the softness value. I'm going to go ahead and bring that to a value of 1. Because what I want to make sure that I use this tool for is just to get a bit more of that nice kind of overlap feeling with the body's movement. But I don't want to take it so overboard that the arms feel like wet noodles or something like that. They need to still feel muscly and like there's a skeleton under there. So I want to make sure that I'm using this a bit more subtle, especially for the arms. So I'll go ahead and change the softness to 1. And I'll adjust the scale, and I'll try 0.5 for this. And I'll go to advanced, and I'm going to choose bake on animation layer. So this is just going to allow me to do this basically all non-destructively. It's going to throw this overlap sim onto an animation layer. And now we can kind of see what we're getting. So you can see already by using this tool, we're getting that overlap that you want with the body as it's doing these bounces and these jumps, that we could go in there and hand key ourselves, but obviously that would take quite a while. So this will allow us to get some pretty nice results really quickly to kind of just push some of this arm animation. Now looking at this, I think that might be too much. I don't know if I want to use that much of this. So I'm going to go ahead and undo that, select this arm control. I'm going to just go back to, or bring it down to 0.4, just a little bit lower on the scale, kind of the amount of overlap that we're going to get on this. And you can see I can scrub through here and then not pause it, but mute the animation layer to see the actual change that this is giving to our animation. And if it's too much, we can always dial the scale down. I think something like that will work for us. Again, this is all non-destructive, so oftentimes I'll come in here and I'll just throw a few of these, overlapped layers to kind of see how it would look on my animation. Then if I don't like it, I can always just delete this layer and move on. And this is something else I use. If you looked at my using the LM Spring and the Bro Dynamic Simulation tool for things like tails, if you've seen that video, these are things that I can use too if I want to get something in engine and test out really quickly. But if I'm working with a character with like a tail, I don't want to have the tail just completely not animated. But if I want to just kind of figure out if the timing is going to work gameplay wise, then I could just throw a sim on the tail to at least get the tail kind of moving, obviously based on the body's movement, really quickly with these tools. So I'm going to select the right arm, apply this overlap to the right arm using the hierarchy option. And you can see what that's giving us there, which is, I think, working pretty well. It might feel maybe a bit too much on the right arm. Now, you could come in here and try to adjust the weight, but oftentimes when I'm using the overlapper tool, you can't really adjust this weight value. You can see if I adjust it, unless it's actually going to work, sometimes it'll actually twist the simulation and kind of freak out because it's kind of running into like gimbal lock situations. But actually, adjusting this weight value might actually work. So rather than running the sim again by adjusting the scale, we can play around with the weight value and maybe bring it to like a value of 0.7 or so. Something like that. I think that might actually work. We could play around with the weight value on this arm. And you'll see on this arm, for whatever reason, it's doing what I mentioned when I'm adjusting the weight value. It'll kind of like freak out and run into a lot of weird popping issues. So I might just need to keep this on 1. But I feel like the amount that we're getting on the left arm is working pretty well. Nice. And then what we could do is basically extend this even further, and kind of what I like to do again, as I mentioned, is just play around with some of these tools that I have to kind of see the results that I'll get. So like maybe with this chest control here, maybe we can apply a similar simulation on it. So I'm going to select this spine control. Actually, let's see here. I'm going to deselect hierarchy. And I'm going to select this hybrid spine control, shift select irregular IK spine that I've been using. And I'm going to choose don't use first controls. So the first control that I had selected, because you need 2 controls if you're not using the hierarchy in order to actually run the simulation, but I don't want to actually run it on this control here. So I can go ahead, select that control first, shift select the actual IK spine. I'll go ahead and keep the same values that I worked with on the arms, and I'll just do run overlapper. Now I'm not sure if this is going to work. It might produce some not so great results, but we can kind of, yep, That's what I thought might happen. And we can play around with the weight, but I think that's going to give us some strange results. So I'm going to undo that. Yeah, we might not be able to use it. On this. We could try. There's another tool I've talked about that I've used quite a bit is LM Spring. So I'm going to open this up, go to rotation, I'm going to drop in a locator. I'm going to move the locator off to the side, run previs, and I'm just going to bake it to an animation layer and kind of see. We're getting some very similar general jankiness with this simulation. So I can adjust this weight value and probably like dial it way down. I'm not sure how much we're actually using of this now that we've brought the weight value down, so I'm going to bring it up a tiny bit and kind of toggle the layer on and off. See how much this is actually doing for us. And I think that's, actually don't know if I really like this extra just shake that we're getting. I think it's too much. I might dial that weight value back down. Could be something I just end up turning this off. Might work okay. Something that I want to tweak real quick and not really do it with this simulation is just do a quick kind of hip pass, because I haven't actually done that on this. Kind of just do it really quick here. Bring the hips out like that as this foot's coming forward. And then as it takes the weight, I rotate a bit more like that. Probably bring this hip in a tiny bit, not too much where it's kind of breaking the mesh there. Probably rotate the hip forward a bit as he's bringing his leg forward. Same here. Kind of just working on fixing some of this intersection with the leg there. Maybe do something a bit more like that on the hip, and then rotate it at least a tiny bit more with what the chest is doing, so they don't feel so isolated. I think it's going to need to start that rotation back a little bit earlier. I think that's probably too much that it's rotating that way. And then obviously we haven't done anything with the fingers. And again, instead of doing full finger pass for this, because then we'll probably be here for another couple more hours, I'm gonna go ahead and just work with just this control here where we can kind of control all the fingers together. So I'll probably on this arm tuck the fingers in, probably bring the thumb out a bit because it doesn't need to be that tucked in for this section. But basically what I want to do is almost get like closer to kind of a closed fist. And here it might open up and then close into like a bit more of like this tense pose there. And then let me play around with the spread on this as well. Like here, maybe the fingers spread out a little bit. And they come in, and maybe spread out at the end. Again, kind of just to add like a bit of looseness to that. And I'll do the same on this arm here. Like through here, maybe I'll just do close the fist a bit more. Maybe through here as well. Here, maybe it'll open a little bit as it's kind of the whole arm is kind of dragging behind, so maybe I can like really exaggerate the fingers out and then quickly bringing them back in to something like that. Nice. And then sometimes what I'll do when I'm getting into this stage of the animation, I feel like some of the drag on the wrist in particular is not quite working the best. So I might just throw an animation layer on with the wrist control. And then on a layer kind of play around with the drag of the wrist and maybe like drag the wrist a little bit more right there. Zero it out so it kind of goes back in. And then like through some of this, you could play around with the drag. This is something that's good to kind of do on an animation layer, again, working non-destructively. To kind of just test some things out that you might want to try. And something else we could try too is I think, let me go to the main control here. Let's see, we have bend controls that we could use to add like a bit of shake to the arm. Like since we can rotate these and translate them, like you could play around with these to get almost like the feeling of muscle through this. So like maybe through here, the arm, this part of the arm is kind of dragging, using these bend controls to kind of just play around with kind of the muscle in here. You can see by just doing that, we're getting like a nice shake at the end here. And then you could even play around. You could even, it might be good to actually like offset this control from this one. Probably won't get that granular with it, but I'm just gonna quickly throw in like a little bit of kind of just twist on the forearm through this section. Just going really quickly. This will probably be dragging a little bit here. It might kind of rotate this way, and then probably zero out. But yeah, you can see by using those bend controls, again, this is just another little extra level of polish that you can do on this to give the arms that kind of fleshy feeling to it. And then we could do the same on this side. Obviously, we actually have this bend control up there too that we could play around with. But like here, definitely, as the arm drops, I might be able to drag this kind of in the opposite direction. Then it kind of follows through here. Maybe kind of dragging behind and then rotates in, back out. And then again, another continually just finding little things that we could just polish to keep kind of pushing this end even more, like he's moving his whole body through this section. Let me actually grab his hip here. What I'm feeling is I feel like the hip should be more like this, right in this section. And then rotate kind of how it is here. Something more like that. Yeah, I think that works better. But like with the hips moving as much as they are, the body moving as much as they are, you'll probably get a bit more rotation in the knee or translation in the knee. This will add a bit more interest into this section and feel like the legs are kind of involved in this. So like here, the knee might come out. So it might kind of come in, pop out, and then have this kind of subtle bounce on the knee. Just to keep things kind of connected with each other. Like it would be really hard to move your body as much as he's doing without having it kind of affect everything, because really we could probably get even more detailed with like the feet through this section too, of kind of figuring out how the feet might work through some of this. Like maybe it would rock slightly this way. Then come back down. So there's like a little bit of movement happening on the feet as well. It's probably happening too slow, but you kind of get the idea that just like you can get really polishy with things and just trying to make sure everything kind of feels as connected as possible here. But we can grab this control here and do something kind of similar. Maybe it actually rotates out, comes back in, back out, something like that. All right, so I think with that, I know we're several hours into this kind of walkthrough as well, but hopefully you were able to get another good kind of sense of how you can approach an animation like this. Obviously, this is a bit more, I wouldn't say more complex, because I think the Spider-Man animation walkthrough definitely had a bit more kind of complex body mechanics type of movements with him kind of flipping and pushing off the ground. This one is definitely quite a bit longer, and it's obviously traveling a pretty far distance. So there's definitely a bit more going on here. But again, by utilizing that cube method for something like this is really great, especially approaching a shot like this where really you can think of it like a ball bounce animation, kind of how you can approach it. And for this, which I actually would not recommend, is that I didn't actually use a reference for this. I kind of just wanted to just go sort of just with the cube blocking method and kind of just play around with an action that felt good for this by utilizing the cube first to kind of figure out that action. Now for something like this, obviously it's going to be difficult to find reference, especially for this jump. Obviously it's a exaggerated Hulk jump at the beginning, but definitely for something like this, that probably would have made the process easier, is I could go out in the backyard and actually act this ending out by kind of just running and kind of just jumping and kind of trying to stop myself. That way I could at least kind of get a sense of what my body is doing, what my arms are doing, and then especially going into this roar. Because if you remember, we did kind of a lot of back and forth in order to get this roar working with the jumps, the small jumps coming forward, that we ended up just deleting a giant chunk of our animation because it wasn't working. That's something that you could probably avoid if we did a little bit more preparation before kind of approaching this animation by just shooting some reference for what you could actually shoot reference for, which this end section is something we could definitely shoot reference for. The beginning, obviously you could maybe even look at the Marvel films of the Hulk and jumping and kind of taking and seeing how they actually do that in the films. But it's definitely something more cartoony, more exaggerated. That's harder to find reference for, but the whole end section is something that we definitely could have found reference for. But yeah, I think that's going to kind of end the animation process here, at least. So hopefully you found this animation walkthrough helpful. When I originally started making this video, my plan was to make a pretty short kind of walkthrough, but obviously once I started to get into the animation process, I realized I'm going to need quite a bit more time to kind of get it into the place I wanted. And then oftentimes when I'm animating, I just slowly add on kind of like more and more detail and kind of add more time and just push it further. So that's kind of what happened here. I expected this video to maybe be around like an hour and a half long, but obviously it took quite a bit longer than that to get the animation into the place it's currently in. So if you found this video helpful, be sure to like and subscribe for more future animation walkthroughs like this, and I'll see you in the next video.